What's up YouTube, it's your dog Buggy Ocran and we back with another video. Today we're going to be working on an Afrobeat mix and the artist that we're going to be working with is Massaeli. I'm going to be going into the Pro Tools session and breaking down the entire process and showing you guys how to get the song from sounding like this.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu.
To sounding like this.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips.
So with that being said, let's get to it. Alrighty, so we have this mix here. Like I said, the record that we're working on today is an Afrobeat song. We have the stems to this. It's actually raw stems. So I have everything already edited. I have everything already set up in my session. I'm gonna go through that and break that down real quickly just so y'all can see. If you're new here, you can see what's going on and understand the process. But we're going to be going through this entire process and mixing this song and getting it to sound professional, crisp, and everything. I'm going to just walk y'all through everything that I'm doing, my thought process while I'm mixing the song, and that's it. So let me play this record. All right, so this is how the song sounds so far.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made a note for I know fear refuse. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride.
All right, so that's the raw version of the song. Me listening to it with my ears right now, I can tell one, this song is going to sound amazing when I get it to the end. The ending process, when I get it to sound how it's supposed to sound, it's going to sound amazing. I like the vibe of the record. I like the beat. I like how everything is sounding. Obviously, just listening to the raw version of it, you notice that I even had to turn down some of like the volume because some of the instruments was just too loud. And then you could tell like with the vocals, we're going to have to do a little bit of cleaning up and a little bit of separation with like panning and putting things in the right space and just make this song sound dynamic. I want this song to sound dynamic. I want it to sound big. It's an Afrobeat song, so it's supposed to get us moving, get us rocking. We're gonna make sure that we get the Afrobeat vibe and we make sure that we make this song sound really, really vibey. Let me show y'all my session at the moment and break it down just so y'all understand what's going on. All right, bet. So over here we got these two basses. The basses are going to our all bass bus that we have right here. The bass bus, and then we have these drums. It's not a lot of drums. The drums are actually using a loop. We have these drums going to the all drums bus where we're gonna do a little bit of processing here too. As you can see, like I have a lot of stuff here already, but they're inactive. We're just gonna use these things and start making them active and use it to process it. But this is basically just my chain and how I set things up before I start mixing. And then we have keys going to the keys. All the keys are going to the keys bus. I have a horns, flute going to a horns bus. And I have synths going to a synth bus, strings going to a string bus, and I have this vocal sample going to a sample bus. You feel me? And all of those buses, all those strings, the guitars, the horns bus, and all that is all, if you can see, they're all going to this all instrument bus right here. And then we're gonna do a little bit of processing there too on the all instrument bus to glue everything together to make everything sound good. The reason why I like to have a mix bus, an all vocals bus, an all instruments bus, and an all drums bus is because that's my last step to where I'm going to be doing my mix bus processing to finally get the song from the last separation that I need to do. I'm going to get it done there. Cleaning up, the gluing together, I'm going to get it all done there. And then also when I want to print records, if I want to print like an instrumental version, it's easy for me to do that by just muting all vocals, muting all the drums. Muting all the vocals. If I want to do an acapella version, it's easy for me to do that by just muting all instruments, all drum buses, you feel me? So that's why you want to have those end buses set up because it makes making alternative versions way easier. So with that being said, let's get to it. Let's start off by gain staging first. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn, because you see that clipping, I'm going to turn everything down by like at least 10 dB. Everything including the vocals. You might turn the vocals back up, but everything just needs to be turned down. Let's see. We'll turn it down like 10 dB. Let's see where that. Let me see where that is.
I smell like perfume. Thanksgiving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them lips.
Yeah, and everything for the most part is at a good starting level. I'm gonna turn the vocals back up a little bit more. Just because I don't need it to be that low before it gets processed. All right, bet. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna tackle, like always, we gotta find like the main instruments of this, right? So the main instruments for me is this drum loop, this bass, I want those to sound good. These main keys are like super loud. So I'm actually gonna gain stage these way more than the other sounds. Turn them down by like 20. Yeah, cause those is just like, they probably were like normalized or something. Yeah, they probably were like normalized because they came in like super loud. So that sound, the drum loop, and the bass sounds, I want to get those sounding like, those are what's driving the song, you feel me? So and the shakers. So I want to get that sounding immaculate. I want to get that sounding real good, and then we can move on to like the vocals and stuff. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna work on this loop. I usually don't like working with like drum loops and stuff because I like to have everything individually, but that's what we have today. We have a drum loop, so we're gonna work on it. We're gonna get it to sound how it needs to sound. So let's do it. All right, so let's see the level that we at right now. We are at, see the level we at real quick. Let me turn this ozone on just so we're trying to see the levels real fast. Okay. All right, so we're starting at like 10 for peak so far. So starting at 10, that's more than enough headroom for us to do what we need to do, you feel me? So that's perfect. First thing I want to do with this drum loop is I want to, let's get more crunch out of it, for real. Let's get more crunch out of this drum loop. That's the first thing we're gonna do before we start even EQ. Yeah, before we start even EQing, I want to get some crunch out of it. So I'm gonna throw this decapitator on and try to get more crunch out of the drum loop. I like how that sounds a lot because it makes the sides come out. If you notice, like A is more center. When I clicked E, the sides and the shakers on the side got more present. So I like how that sounds. Yeah, so it definitely got way more wider. So we're gonna keep that. All right, and we're gonna turn this dry wet knob on just to see. I like where it is just fully wet, honestly, but I'm gonna just see if I could turn the dry wet knob on just so we could see if we could preserve some of that punch. All right, I like how that is so far, so we're gonna keep that. Next thing we're gonna do, the volume is changing a lot in terms of this drum loop. So like if you notice, some parts just keep getting like lower than the other. So let me play real quick. And you can even see like those little parts where the notes is like way lower. We want to get that back up. So I'm gonna use like a CLA 2.8 for that. Just to get, we're trying to get a little bit more consistency in the volume. That's like a good compression level, so we'll get some of that volume back into. That's fine. That's fine. I like how that sounds. Getting a little bit too much volume though, so I'm gonna turn that down. All right, bet. I like where that is. What I do want to do now is I could EQ because I want to bring more of that kick out a little bit. So let's bring some of that kick out, that punch out of the kick a little bit more. Even though there's like other sounds with it, it's like a loop. I still want that thump of the kick because it's an Afrobeat song. I like my Afrobeat songs to hit. And I know like the bass, I already listened to the bass. The bass is not too heavy. So we still want to, because it's a loop and we don't have the kick itself separated, I just want to get some of that thump in. So we're just going to add that in. Right here. That punch, actually. And what I'm gonna do is the rim is like hitting a little bit too hard, even though we're compressing it. So that's just basically like an EQ imbalance. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cut off out a little bit of that resonant and that hard hittingness. That's just not even a word, but that hard hittingness of the rim, I'm gonna cut that out. You can see it right here. And you can even hear it perfect. So we're gonna EQ that out a little bit. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to use like a C4 just to, just to balance the overall loop out a little bit more. Especially in this high area. So now let's listen to before and after what we added. Brought out the elements way more. I still feel like that rim is hitting a little too hard, so we'll EQ a little bit more of that out. What I'll even do is I'll use some dynamic EQ just to dynamic EQ just to compress it a little bit. Alright, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna use an R compressor just to control that transient a little bit more. Like I said, that transient is a little too matter of fact, let me go to that C4, and what we're gonna do is that area, we're gonna squash the attack. Not that much. I bet, and we'll use our compressor, like I said, just to glue everything together, just to keep the dynamics tamed. You feel me? But just like compression, nothing too crazy. We don't want to overdo it and lose all the dynamics. And I think, honestly, I might see how this sounds. I'm gonna straight out the middle. Let me hear it with the bass, how that would sound. Something is killing the dynamics of this. I think it might be this C4. We go back to see how a default would sound. All right, I'm gonna take the decapitator out. It's making some of the percussion parts a little bit too snappy, too heavy. So I'm gonna mute it for now. I'm not gonna really take it out, delete it, but I'm gonna just mute it for now because I might need that punch later on. But for right now, I think this is good. All right, I like that. See, like I said, we'll play it one more time without the processing and with it. Yeah, everything is controlled, everything is tamed. I like that. Let's get some of that resonance out of there. Let's EQ a little bit more. And we'll get a little bit more of that room out too. Let me see. I'm hearing too much reverb in this loop. Nope. I like the dynamics, how they are. That's good. All right, bet. So that's the drum loop. We got the drum loop sitting in a good spot. Let me move this compressor here. Kick is nice, tight. Pause. And let's see, we didn't really gain too much volume, really. Now we good. Everything is a little too dynamic still, I think. So what we'll do is I'm gonna add a soft clipper to this maximizer. Everything is a little too dynamic, I feel like. Don't want to make it too heavy. And what we're doing with this soft clipper slash like limiter kinda is it's just making sure that the dynamics stay intact. So like if you notice when I mute it, it keeps going like up here and then some parts is down here and then some parts is up here, then some parts is here, right? When I enable it, they all just stay around this level and just keep consistently hits around that same level because it's just squashing the dynamics and not making it move too much. And I want this drum loop to stay a little bit tamed. Yeah, I like how that sounds. That's perfect. We're gonna keep that. And like I said, what I want to really drive this song is the kick and the bass. So now we're just gonna introduce the bass in and make sure that that relationship is valid. This bass needs way more bottom end. It needs to like drop. I need it to feel like a reggae slash, like, you know those reggae songs that had the heavy bottom bass? That's kind of like the sound that I'm going after. So we're gonna use, like I said, for the bass, let me go to my EQ phase. I'm gonna use this Red 17. It's a new plugin that I've been trying out, and I really like one of the presets on it. So we're gonna start off from there and continue. All right, bet. It's called this one, De Pasado Sweet Bass. Boom, let's get it. Yeah, that brings the bass up like crazy. So let's get it right here. We're just gonna play right here. Let's see how much more volume we're getting when we add this. We're not really getting a lot of volume. We're not really getting too much volume, but I want way more thump. So for this bass, I'm gonna use R bass just to get a little bit more of that bottom end. I like using R bass, but it depends on what we're using it for. So let's get it. Yeah, let's get more of that bottom end. Well, we can keep the frequency at 80, but I'm gonna go a little lower just to get more of that sub, because the drums ain't really too subby in this beat, so we could use the bass to get all the sub. What I'm gonna do now is just EQ a little bit more, get a little bit more of that tone, just to take some, we're gonna take some frequencies out that we don't like, but we're also gonna add some tones that I do like. I don't like that. I can get out of there. It's a note in here that's very not on pitch. But because of bass notes, anytime I'm EQing and I find a note that's not like on pitch or on key to the note, a frequency that's not on key with the rhythm, or I mean with the whole bass line melody, I'm gonna get that out of there. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. It's around here in this area somewhere. Right down like that. All right, now let's see if we get a little bit more of that bottom end. So let's see what we did so far. Definitely got more volume, but way more bottom end too. Now I feel like it's driving. Let's check our levels, where we at. We're good. We're like around, like, it's like probably like around like -6. Check ozone just to make sure. Yeah, we're around like -10. We're good in terms of like gain staging. So I can actually get more out of this. So let me add a compressor just to tame the overall volume and just to lift everything up too. These tilts. would like to use, let me try this Manny-Marroquin distortion, because I do want to add more distortion to it, but I want something with like a dry wet knob. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to lose the bottom end. So let's try this. And I feel like this could be a little bit wider. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna send this to like a doubler. Let's see, send it to a new track. This is gonna be called bass widener. I think I spelled that right. Aux, boom, right under it, and this is gonna go to all bass tool, boom, and we're just gonna add a doubler to this, just to try to make this bass, give a little bit more width to this bass. I don't need it to be too wide. And then we're gonna turn this down and just blend it in. I think that's valid right there. We just added a little bit more width to the bass line, and it's just gonna drive the record. Those two sounds are really dry, especially for that section. It's driving the record, so we need to make that big. And maybe for this doubler part, actually, that distortion that we were trying to add, we could add it here. So that Abbey Road saturator, boom, and let's see, we could get that saturation that we were looking for. I need something more gritty, more gritty. What are we gonna use? Decapitator, J37, TTR, and Magma 2. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Just a little lo-fi. All right, and then let's blend this back in. We don't need all of this. Mute, pre-fader off, and let's blend this back in. Actually, let's add like some compression to tame this. Boom. Way more aggressive. And we're gonna blend this back in just to give the bass more weight. All right, so let's see what we did with and without it. And let's just add one more level of compression. It might look like we're processing a lot, but we're just adding one more level of compression just to get more control of everything. So I don't want these dynamics to be too crazy. This is without the processing. And this is with the processing. I bet that's valid. I like how that sounds. Now we can go ahead and add this shaker into here. And we're gonna turn this shaker down because it is too loud. And we're gonna use some of the same processing that we use for the drum loop, we're gonna use for here, just so it could fit in the same ballpark. So it can sound like it's together, you know what I mean? Some of these high ends need to definitely be tamed. It's just too crispy in this area. Like right here. Turn all that down. It's probably a little bit too bright too, so we're just gonna shelf everything. You see, mute this real quick. Everything's 6. Everything like 8K and up, we're gonna like just throw a little shelf on there. Just to make it a little less bright. Gonna add this C4 in too to control the overall loop. Matter of fact, we're gonna roll some of that bottom end too off. And then we're gonna compress. All right, so let's listen to where we at with it now. I'm gonna use a API compressor just to bring out, just to tame this a little bit more. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, that's not what I want to do. What I really want to do is we'll use a C4. We'll use the C4 for this, right? And everything. No, you know what? I'm gonna have to go to Ozone for this. For Ozone Dynamics, right? And everything like 1K and up, we just compress it a little bit more because it's just doing too much. All right, so let's see where we at level wise right now. Boom. So right now we at like 7.5. Still a little bit too dynamic. So we'll see. This is good. Let me turn the bass down a little bit. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go to this all drum and bass bus, and I will just go to dynamics real quick. I don't got ozone 10. Let me just use you know what, we'll use a C4 for this. C4 will get the job done, right? But everything, all the low end will just tame that a little bit. Know what, we'll do a great job for this. Ozone dynamics, and we'll go to boom, 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 boom. I don't see the preset that I'm looking for. I know why. It's not here. Going to ozone. All right, bet. So right now we're looking for, it's just a preset that I know is gonna tame the all drums bus real quick. We don't need this. I really just need this, honestly. Turn this down because it's just too loud. And so I like how it's tamed now, but let's just go control a little bit more of that transient. Like I said, that transient is just hitting too hard. Boom. Something is soloed. Bad, I changed something that I wasn't supposed to change. Boom, let's go back to that balance bus. This is fine. Let's go get rid of more of this punch. Yeah, right here is just too much. We're gonna get super aggressive with it, actually. Right here too. I think it really might sound better coming out the middle. No. Honestly, what it is that mid-range just needs to be tamed. So let's see. All right, I like where that is now. A little aggressive, but like I said, when it comes to loops, sometimes you might have to do that aggressive stuff for loops. If it sounds individual, I could turn individual sounds down and thing, but is having its own clipness. It's having, the overall loop has its own aggression to it for me, so that's why I have to be aggressive with the processing. All right, so now we could get to this main keys. Let's see what we looking dynamic wise. That sounds real good. That sounds real good. All right, bet. All right, bet. Now let's get this main keys in here. This main keys was loud in the beginning, but I gained it down, and we're gonna just bring it to the level where it needs to be. Okay, so right now, what I do want to do is, so the artist did send me like a reference of how it sounded when they recorded it. I could mix this exactly how I want to and where I think every sound should sound, but I don't want to stray too off of the reference track. Even though he sent me like the raw mix that we had in the beginning that we started from, I'm gonna go and listen to the relationships of the sound just to make sure I'm not turning certain things too low to where he's not gonna like the mix, because this part sounds way different from the rough mix. So let me listen to it real quick. Okay, so we're definitely already getting way more clarity than this rough track. And way more body. So it's good. We're good in the level. Yeah, we're definitely getting like, let me listen to it one more time. We brought the bass up way more. The drums are a little bit more punchy, but it's controlled and together. For me, so let's get it. All right, let's get these keys in here. So for these keys, I just want to get some of the elements out first. So before I even start EQing and going crazy with that, let me go to this Weak Child. I think I had this Peak Child in here. Yes, we do the 670. I've been trying to use different plugins just to try to see what it does to my mix. So today we're using plugins that we don't usually use in our mixes, but we know what we want to use them for. So let's try them out. All right, everything is paused tight and good. I like where this is. I'm gonna use maybe like a red EQ again, just to get a little bit more life out of these keys. Let's see. It's red EQ. Let's use that. And the reason why I'm using so many presets today is because I'm using presets just to get a starting point. Then I do the usual, my EQ, my compression to get it. But I'm using these presets just to shape the sound in a direction where I like it, just to give me a couple boosts that I wouldn't normally do. You feel me? If I don't like it, I just take the preset off, honestly. Adding too much volume. I like this. So we're gonna leave this section right here. Just loop. All right, let's get this F6 in here and let's get rid of some resonant frequencies that we don't like. Ooh, I kind of like actually how this note feels like a harmony note. If you play keys and you can't understand what I'm saying, but this note kind of feels like a note that really isn't a main note that's played in the chords. So I'm kind of gonna just boost that just to add a little bit more harmony to the piano. I dead liked how that sounded just now. Dun, dun. Like that's not the main. I like that. We keeping that. It is resonant. It is too resonant though. Let's see. Let me get it out of there first and see how that sounds. It's a little bit more clean. Let's get that mud out that's competing with the bass frequency. Let's get that out of there. We don't need this. This is competing. It's mud. I like how that sounds. Let's check if there's any more resonant frequencies that we don't like. We're not gonna do too much additive EQ right now in the first process. Right now, we're just trying to get rid of everything that we don't like. We'll start doing the adding and bringing stuff in later. Obviously, some of these plugins already added. It's adding stuff to it for me. So right now, we're just getting out frequencies we don't like. All right, bet. I like what that is. Let's see what we did without all the plugins, and then we're gonna bring everything back in too. We lost a little bit of volume, so let's get that back in. But I like how that sounds. Let's get that volume back in. I'm gonna compress just to keep everything glued together, and we're gonna give it more volume. I bet. I like what that is so far. Honestly, this is sounding real good so far. Let's see what other main sounds that we have. All right, bet we have this. I know there's like a vocal sample in here too. Yeah, right here. All right, bet. We definitely gotta tame this up. Since we're working with a loop, I'm gonna get this C4 back in here to control everything as one. Let me go to this. Let's see. Let me go to this. The reset. Oh, I like how that other one sounded. First of all, this gotta get turned down. It's just too loud. It just gotta support the keyboard. I feel like this is just hitting too hard. I don't know what's making it hit this hard. took the salt clipper off, right? See, full reset. Keep this tamed. I don't like what this CLA is doing. Let's get to some EQ. Let's get some of that mid-range out. I'm gonna turn this down even more. And I want this to sit back. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, this CLA is what's making it so punchy. Okay, so let's see without it. Okay, so without the CLA is valid. But let's see if let's see. Still too dynamic. Compressor. All right, bet. So let's get the compression here too, just to control this a little bit. This got some sounds that I don't like, so let's. All right, I like that. And let's bring in this synth bass. So I like this synth bass sound. We just got to turn it down a little bit. We're adding that sweet bass preset from this red 17. It's basically just lifting up like a shelf. I think it's just basically just lifting up. I don't know what much it's doing. Yeah, it's basically just lifting up a shelf a little bit. And then we're gonna go in and tame this bass a little bit more. All right, bet. So in the mid range, it got a lot going on. We got to get that out of there too. In this area. All right, bet. I like where that bass is. Just a little bit of EQ. Let's see if we can get some resonant frequencies out of there. I like how the sub sounds, so. All right, that's valid. What we're gonna do, we need to compress this because it's just too dynamic. When I say it's too dynamic, the bass is basically moving up to the other frequencies too much. It just needs to, when you listen to like good basses, especially while I'm mixing through like headphones, when you listen to like good basses, they're not moving around too much. They're powerful, but they're in a specific area of the frequency bass. You feel me? So I want to control that a little bit. What I can do is just C4 this, just to control a little bit, not to squash it, but a little bit of that low end. Let's do that. Yeah. Yup. Way more controlled, and then we're just gonna control everything by just I don't actually want to use our compressor. Let me use something different. Ooh. Actually wasn't. I was trying to click on bass, but me clicking on brass, I like what it did to the mid range. I'm keeping that. I'm gonna just look at what the settings is doing, because this is basically what I was gonna do anyway. So it's a quick attack, slow. So I was gonna make it a mid release, but it's a late release, and the threshold is giving me like 3 dB. So yeah, basically this is what I was gonna do anyway. I was gonna do the same I've been doing with like the arc compressor, fast attacks, mid to slow release. But this preset was just pretty good. So I'm gonna keep that, and I'm gonna take this manual makeup off, and let's see how they sound with the drums and stuff. Maybe a little bit more on the threshold. Yeah, it's still a little too dynamic. Let me actually turn this bass down a little bit. Let me see what the bass one was gonna do. Yeah, I like this better. and maybe just a little bit more compression, just to, don't want to squash it, but just to control everything a little bit more. If I make it less wide like this, it's basically changing up the production that he had, which I don't know if I really want to do. So we're going to keep this wide and just control it. All right, so now I'm gonna check the low end with my speakers. I just want to make sure that everything is sounding right. You know, sometimes with headphones you might just overboost the low end. So I'm gonna check with my speakers real quick just to make sure everything is good. The low end, make a couple of tweaks, and I'm gonna come back to the headphones. So let's do that real quick. All right, so by listening in my speakers, those are the changes that I felt like I need to make. I took the compression for that synth bass because I felt like it was just compressing it too much. I was losing too much life. I compressed a little bit more on this bass line because I felt like the dynamics was a little too much, and the upper frequencies of the bass needed to be controlled a little bit. And then when it comes to the keys, I just removed a little bit of that attack because it just felt like the keys were being choked and it wasn't breathing. So now the keys are way more alive and I could just turn the keys up. So let's get to the mix. Let's get into the rest of the sounds. Let's bring the rest of the sounds in. Honestly, these are really the main sounds. Yeah, let's get the rest of the mix done. Let me compress a little bit more. I do feel like the sides are just moving too much. The sides, just the sides though. I don't want to do side chain mid-side compression, but let me see if I can compress it a little bit more just to tame the sides a little bit. That's better. All right, that's better. All right, so let's see. What other sounds do we have? We have this piano. The first thing I need to do with this is just turn it down. It's just too loud. And we're gonna pan this somewhere else. Because when this sound comes in, it disappears a little bit. That panning just creates a little bit more separation because the main keys is playing on a like slightly to the right side. So we're gonna have this panned a little bit more to the left. After this, we're gonna start adding like some reverb to these sounds because I feel like these sounds could get some life. Right now, everything is like balanced, everything is sounding good, the dynamics is good, but we could bring more life to it. You feel me? And then start adding that vibe that we were talking about in the beginning. All right, let's EQ this. Get a little bit of that mud out of the mid-range out so we can make it a little bit more clear. I'm gonna use this pre-child tool just to bring the attack up a little bit. Still needs a little bit more clarity. I just feel like it's not shining enough. Yeah, it's still some pain frequency that I hear in these keys. Just now hearing it. It probably got a little louder when I added the CLA, so we're gonna get rid of that. All right, we can make this piano shine a little bit more. Let's see, what do I want to try? Maybe give it like a little bit more air or something. API, yeah, let's try that. I do like this plugin when I want to add some air to it. Muddying up things a little bit. Let me see. Let's try a different EQ. Let's try this Puig Tech. All right, so we need to definitely control the dynamics of this so it doesn't it's too dynamic, so it's ending up kind of clashing with this main keys for me. So let's control that a little bit. I don't like this compressor for that. Let's try our comp. We're actually gonna get some of those low notes cleaned up a little bit too. I'm gonna do the same for here. All right. Add this vocal sample in here, and then we can start adding some. Well, we got two more sounds. We got the flute and the synths. So let's get this in here. compress this. Get some EQ in there, get rid of some notes, get rid of some frequencies, I mean. It's too competing over. The CLA just keeping this synth sound tamed, controlled. Then we use this to fit it in the mix. All right, bet. So I like this this ozone that I have for the mid range, but I'm gonna take this dynamic EQ off. And I'm gonna bypass this mid range, what it's doing to the mid range, and just only handle the low end. Yeah. All right, let's add this saxophone in here. I like how the saxophone sound. Let's get the resonant frequencies out of there, and then we're gonna add some reverb. Saxophone actually sounds good. I don't think we need to do too much to it. Let me look at it to see if we need to compress it a little bit, just by looking at the audio. I just had to compress it a little bit, not too much. All right, let's work this. I'm actually gonna have it move around like that. Just because I feel like it's creating a little bit more separation. So let's put this in touch. It's just a little automation that we're gonna do. Ready? Too much. I bet. See if we could API is so aggressive, I feel like, for this. I think CLA actually would be perfect. I know I'm using the same thing for this one, but sometimes using the same plugins to do different things, but just across the board would just give it one sonic sound because I'm using the same thing. Feel me? So alright, let's put some Valhalla on this. Let me see. Let me get the timing right. What's the tempo? It's 95. So 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 2 divided by 2. I should like 157, maybe. I'm just actually gonna automate that. The mix. I'm gonna automate the mix on the reverb just to make some parts feel like they're getting more. Like the person is like. I wanted to feel like I actually got this from watching a Josh Goodwin video like on YouTube, but the reason why I want to do it in this mix is because I wanted to feel like a person's actually moving around in a room with the saxophone. So I'm gonna just be automating the mix knob. So for certain parts, the reverb is gonna get bigger. Feel like somebody's the saxophone plays in a different part of the room. Certain parts is gonna get a little smaller, like if they're moving closer. So it's gonna give the saxophone a little bit of movement. Let's get it. Make sure this is on. Yeah, it's on to automate. Let's get it. That's valid. We're probably gonna still have to EQ a little bit. So with the panning movements that I was making earlier is making the saxophone itself move around, right? And then the reverb mix that I move is making it move like front to back. So all together is making the saxophone feel like the saxophone is moving around. You feel me? If I play it by itself, this is how it sounds. Feel me? Feels like the saxophone is moving. We just gonna tweak some of this a little bit. Bring this down. Let's get a little bit of more of the resonance out. Gonna add some more just to fit it back into the mix and make sure everything is good. Same as the synth stabs. So everything is clear now. Let's see if we move this Valhalla. No, it's better this way. All right, now let's add more reverb. Nothing is competing so far. I like what everything is. Then we can add more reverb to this. Nah, it's muddying up things too much. All right, so let's get a little bit more of that pain frequency out. It's a lot of pain frequency in here. All right, and let's get this compressor in here. We lose it a little volume. All right, bet. So now that I got everything sounding good, let's get a little bit more volume out of this drum bus, and then we could bring in like the vocals and stuff. So what I'm gonna do is one, we're gonna start with mix bus compression to the overall. We're gonna start with like mix bus compression with like the overall track. Just to glue the overall track together, but it's gonna be slight. Only thing we didn't do is this flute. Let's get this flute in here now. Just a supporting sound, a little bit of EQ, and we're good. Press it to get it into the mix slightly. I'm gonna pan a little bit more to the right just to get a little bit more separation between the other elements, and we good. I bet. So now let's try to get more volume and gain stage this right. I want this kicks and everything to be hitting around like 6. You feel me? Right now we are like 15, which is fine for me. So what we're gonna do is going to throw a dynamics in here. All right, bet. So let's see. Let's get a maximizer in here. It's definitely it's very dynamic. I want to control that a little bit. Let me see if I can compress a little bit. Let's see what the plugins that I added are doing. I'm just using it to tame the volume and just keep everything a little bit more consistent. So now I just want to check the balance between everything, make sure the balance is good. You feel me? And then we could bring up a little bit of volume because we just got a little bit more volume by just processing that all drums and bass bus. So let's make sure that's good. I bet. I like where everything is at. Everything is sounding good. Now we're going to start to get into the vocals. You feel me? We're going to bring in the vocals and we're going to make sure everything sounds good. Everything sounds crisp and the vocals shine. So what I want to do is first, I'm not going to mix the vocals with all the instruments. What I want to do is really mix the vocal with the bass line and the drum loop. Once we get the bass line and the drum loop and the vocals sounding good, then we can start readjusting everything in terms of like the main keys and everything, but let's do that right now. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is send this vocal to this lead bus that I have right here.
Kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
And we gotta turn this down.
You understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jarring forever. Kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jarring forever. Kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
And I'm not really even choosing a specific part. So right now I got it at a good volume level. I like where it is volume level now, but obviously you could tell it's a lot of bass in the voice. We gotta clear it up, clean everything up, and make it fit into this vibe of the song, for me. First thing let's do is let's get this NLS channel in here, for me. Got it on spike. And then we're gonna use this we're gonna use a de-esser just to get a little bit of that pain frequency out of there.
Smell that perfume. It's giving deja.
Let's go to a part where there's a lot of vocals. He really doesn't have too much pain frequencies in this area. You feel me? Okay, it's more in this area. So 3818, we're gonna control that. All right, that's controlling a little bit of that pain frequency. Now let's see how that sounds. Let's take this off.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Much better.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Okay, but and now let's just get to EQing.
The climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
The way he's singing is low, so I kind of want to keep a little bit of that bass in his vocal. I don't want this vocal to be too thin like I usually do other vocals and other records. I want to keep that body in the vocal because it's like a low, soothing voice. So we're going to keep some of that low and in there, but we want to get the mud and everything for sure out. So let's do that.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, 'cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not.
Let's hear the before and after.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me,
Just a little bit of EQ just to clean up a little bit of things. I'm gonna just search for like one more muddy place, and then I think that should be enough EQ for this. We'll start EQing more once we start adding more sounds to it, but for right now, just to get the basis of where the vocal should sit around, just the EQ that we need.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever.
Like right here.
And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from.
If I take out this, it might be too thin, so let's see.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like.
Nah, I like that. This is a good EQ. We're gonna keep this. All right, and then we're gonna get straight to my RVox. You feel me? Massaeli recorded this vocal pretty good. I don't hear too much background noise, which is a good thing. Usually I use a gate a lot when I get a lot of records, like probably recorded from home. So I'm just gonna gate it a little bit just to make it a little bit more clear, and then we're gonna add a little bit more compression using this RVox to push the vocal up. But for the most part, we don't really need too much, honestly. So let's do that.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, 'cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it.
Okay, I like that. Let's keep that. Honestly, usually I use, this EQ right here, this, which is the dynamic EQ for me to give a little boost. But for this record, I don't feel like I need it. We're gonna add this bass just to see what's really going on, and then I might compress to get this vocal to sit where I want it to sit.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, 'cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me.
All right, so the vocal is definitely competing with that. So when we bring the keys in, it's definitely competing with that. So we're gonna have to fix that relationship. But for right now, I want to make sure that it's sitting good with the drum and the bass, because that's the most important thing. The vocals sound good with the drum and bass by itself. That can move a song, especially when it comes to like hip hop. That can move a song when it comes to like hip hop, trap, Afrobeat, and stuff like that. So
something must kill a man. cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand.
So now I'm gonna bring the EQ back in, just to get a little bit of that muddy area out.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you
Matter of fact, let's load this EQ air up. What we need is dynamic tone vocal mid range. Boom. But I'm gonna disable everything because I don't think I need everything for this vocal yet. But we're gonna use this.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Get this bass line compete with the bass.
You understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star.
I ain't gonna lie, the way he's timing on this beat is really good. So I want to keep everything in pocket. I don't want to kill the flow with my compression or kill the timing of how he's delivering his words with my timing with any of the moves I do. Because a lot of times when you compress, it changes the flow of how the person is. Slightly though, but how the person is performing.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate. Girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all.
All right, now let's get this vocal compressed a little bit more and consistent, and we should be good. I think I might. Yeah, let's get it consistent.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all.
Now I'm gonna add a de-esser just to get a little bit of them S's out of there.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real.
So let's see what we did with and without it.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body.
All right, we could add this. I add this CLA vocals just to push the vocal up a little bit more.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
And it's just a little top bite, literally like 1% and a compression, just slight compression.
Like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore.
I feel like this vocal could definitely be brighter. What do I want to use to get brightness though? Let's see. I don't usually use this, but let's see.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jardin for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man.
I like that.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live for.
All right, let's fix this relationship between this and the bass, because something is competing though. Just this and the bass.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl. Like something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to.
I gotta take something out of this bass. Seems like something is competing with it.
Something must kill a man.
So what I'm looking for is the part where I boost this to where the vocal seems in the low end though, where the vocal seems, well, to low to mid, where the vocal seems like it's kind of getting muffled up, and then I'm gonna pull that out of the bass.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here.
And the reason why I'm doing it out of the bass as opposed to vocals, because I kind of like where the vocal is sitting right now, so I don't really want to change that.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to.
And I think it's right here.
And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl. Like something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move
It's definitely right here.
Something must kill a man.
So let's see, as I pull this back, you should notice, obviously because it's boosted a lot, but you should notice the vocal should clear up a little bit more.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate.
I also muted just now this widener for the bass, just to see if that's adding a little bit too much mud to the bass line.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the
They boost a lot of highs for this, but I kind of like how it sounds. Turn it down a little bit.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
I like it. I'm keeping it. I don't want to change it for now. For now, we're going to keep it. If anything, we'll DS and do more to it later, but I like where it's at right now.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to.
All right, bet. So like I was saying, let's add this shaker to see if the shaker is competing with the vocal, and then we'll add the main keys, because I know the main keys was.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before.
Gonna have to compress a little more just to keep the dynamics of the vocal a little bit more tamed. Let's do that. Let me load up.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jardin for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. Something must kill a man.
Perfect. I like this, man. I like where it is. I like where the vocal is in. This is vibey. This is moving. The timing is right. Now, the most important thing, like I said, the main keys were competing with the vocal. So let's fix that relationship. And like I always do, I just work with the lead vocal first, and then we'll fit in all the other vocals after. You feel me? So let's see what's... Let's fix this.
Cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from.
Yup, something is competing. So let's hit this EQ and see what we can fix. What we can cut out of this keys to make the lead vocal stand out more.
Kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Definitely this area. See, when I boost in this area, you could barely hear the clarity of the vocal. Let's get that out of there. And let's let this actually, because I don't want to gut out too much of this piano, so I want this piano to live somewhere. So let's boost somewhere else to see where we're gonna let this piano these keys live at. Okay, so me boosting it here, I feel like we're getting brightness from this key, but we're not losing anything from the lead vocal. So let's listen to that one more time. Yep, I like that. So let's bring that down. Your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. Alright, let's bring in the drums. And the bass. Your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for that. Pretty girl. Let's make you want to dub. You feel me? Like it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Alright, bet. I like where it's at. Those are really like the main sound. So let's lock in. Let's lock in those four. Let's lock in those four and make that sound perfect. If we could get those to sound perfect, everything else will be good. Too much compression. I think we could compress the drums a little bit. I feel like the drums is a little bit going a little too crazy. No. Hell no. A copy paste on. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Okay, this part is louder and it's not supposed to be like that, but we'll tweak it on a different part. We're not even gonna get to that yet. Stay right here. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where I'm. Move the saxophone for right now. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. Let's lift this vocal up a little bit. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where. Vocal is competing with these shakers. So we gotta fix that relationship. Before we do that, let me take this. I just want to check the CLA that I turned on and off real quick just to see if that's compressing a little bit too much. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. Yeah, too much. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for that. Pretty girl. Something must kill a man, It just breathes a little bit more without this. We'll control the dynamics on a different level. I like where this is at. One thing I do want to do is I want to make this vocal a little bit wider. So we're going to add a little bit of a wider. You know, this wider goes to this right here. This doubler. You feel me? So we have a doubler, just an imager. For me, so we're just going to add a little bit more width to the vocal. Let's get back to
something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever.
Not too much though, because the bass line we have right now, we're keeping it in the center, so we don't want this vocal to be too wide.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your...
Okay, something is competing with the vocal. Let's fix it.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities
Let's EQ something and get this out of here real quick.
something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live.
I'll do some mid-side compression. So those highs, I just wanted to at least get out the mids. They could stay on the sides, but at least for the mids, they got to get out of here.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand.
Yeah, right there. That got to get out the middle.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, 'cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it.
Okay, bet.
Body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
All right, so what's really going to take this song to the next level is the reverb that we decide to use and the delays and stuff. That's really going to take, because right now the groove is good. Everything is good. There's clarity, but there's no vibe in terms of like the reverb. You feel me? That has to add the warmth and everything that we need for this record. So let's add this bass line back in. And yes, I did decide to keep this widener out because I like the bass line just to be in the center, especially when it's vocal coming. When vocal coming, all the sound sounded good in the beginning, but when everything comes in, it doesn't. It's just muddying up things. You feel me? So let's turn this bass up.
Must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever. And allow you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore.
All right, so let's add this short reverb. I usually use a lot of the same reverbs, but I might change out the reverb for this record because it's a specific vibe I want to go for. I might want to go bright. We'll see. So let's turn this all the way up right now. And let's see. This is giving me Pharrell Senorita bar sounding vibe. So that's the reverb that I'm gonna look for to get. 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 2 divided by 2 divided by 2. 78 divided by 2. 39. So let's get that. Let's get that low out. Yes, that's better. And I think a brighter reverb for this would be fine because it's just bass and vocal. So a brighter reverb would be fine for this. Let's change this plate to a room. Or a dirty plate. Let's try different presets.
funny, cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks 10 months, kill a man, kiss on the night, do that forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. Move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
I like this. I like this. I like this. It feels like a delay, but I like it.
Kiss on the night, do that forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, so let the jotting for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's fun.
So let's listen to it without it and with it.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live
Dry.
forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
And this reverb isn't really giving the width that we're looking for. It's making it taller. It's giving the room, like the room size, making the vocal bigger. We're gonna add another reverb. That's the one that's gonna be in charge of making it feel big. You feel me? But let's add. I like how that sounds actually. Just by going through some different modes. I like that. We're gonna add this keys and just make sure everything still feels the same.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, so let the jotting for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny, cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it.
Okay, I know what I want to do too. Definitely want to add more like 5K so this vocal could have a little bit more clarity and legibility. Legibility is the wrong word. It could have more, you could be able to understand the words that he's saying. So we're just gonna go to all leads real quick and we're just gonna EQ some more like 5K. Because all the vocals is going there anyway. We go to B.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
All right, bet. Let me see. Let me check this reverb one more time.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate.
I like that. All right, now let's add a long reverb to it.
10 months, kill a man, cause
I do want a big reverb like this, but I don't want a dark reverb for this type of record. So we're gonna change that. Let's go for 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 2. 315 is fine. Or 157. So 315.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. Move your body like a girl.
I'm gonna use different yeah, let's try some presets. We'll come back to this for anything.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, so let the jotting for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny, cause it's other girl like in my heart. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. She made another final feels. And this feels like it's deja vu. And anyone know better.
I like this. We're gonna have to do some EQ to get all the the S's and the harshness, shininess off, but I do like this.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. Move your body.
All right, let's do that now.
10 months, kill a man, cause I'm 10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you 10 months, kill a man, cause I'm not yet to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate.
Get a little bit of that. mad mud out too. Too much mud. Still more mud. And then in this area, let's get that out. And this is a lot of EQ for a reverb, but we're basically shaping the reverb so that when we bring it down to the level that it needs to be, it'll fit. Roll some of the top end off too. I like that. Yeah, I like that, but let's just bring it down.
A copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's a 10 muscular man.
Let's listen to the vocal by itself.
10 muscular man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's
I'm gonna compress this reverb just so it could be a little bit more thicker and a little bit more controlled. Slightly though.
10 muscular man, cause I'm not 10 muscular man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it.
And you know what I'm gonna add to, because I like the warmness of this. Let's add an Abbey Roll vinyl just to make this a little bit, take the noise off for sure, but just to make this reverb a little bit more warm.
10 muscular man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities.
Okay, I like the vocal where it's at right now. Now let's bring in everything.
10 muscular man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. 10 muscular man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, let's get these strings that come in for this part good.
She made an offer I know fit if you
Lose that Abbey Road again because I like it to be wide and warm. I'd be roll final.
She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. 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 She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know deja vu. Yeah. And even though deja vu. Yeah. And even though I deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know deja vu. Yeah. And even though I deja vu.
All right, so this strings is competing with something. Let's just make sure. Let's see what it's competing with. It ain't really competing with this sound. Let's compress it a little bit though. Turn it down a little bit.
Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever.
All right, so I'm gonna do another speakers check just to make sure everything is good, the levels is right, and then we're gonna wrap up the other vocals, and we should be good. So let's do that.
Kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. Kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body. Kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live. Kill a man, 'cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, kill a man, kiss some night. Kill a man, kiss some night to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse.
All right, so I like where that is right there. Let's see where we at gain staging wise.
Ten must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is this hook.
She made an offer.
I'm gonna move it down to its own track, right? And because I want to process the hook a little bit differently, so let's bring that here. We're gonna move all the vocals the same. We're just gonna treat it like they're the same. Feel me? Boom. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And let's do this. right? And we're gonna do the same amount, short reverb, same amount, long reverb, same amount, wider vocal. All right, so we're gonna bring this. Oh, I forgot it's a stereo track. So let me duplicate this. We're gonna move this down right here. We're gonna send this to hook bus, right? And then we're just gonna delete this and this. Change the color. And we're gonna have this. The reason why I wanted to bring it to its own track is because I want to add delays to this part.
She made an offer I no fit refuse, and this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
Turn the vocal down for sure.
She made an offer I no fit refuse, and this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
Why is it lower if they're the same volume? Okay, I know why. It's supposed to go to all leads bus, not hook.
She made an offer I no fit refuse, and this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse, and this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. I bet I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips.
I want this vocal to remain this soft. We're definitely gonna want more clarity. I don't want you to search for the vocal too much, so we're gonna definitely get that. But I do want this vocal to remain soft like this. All right, so yeah, let's focus on getting the main vocals perfect first, and then we can move on to the background vocals. I bet.
I know say this thing fit cost me my.
Put this to lead bus.
I know say this thing fit cost me my life.
Turn this down. Need it to be, actually, let me turn it down here just so I can see what level it's at. Need to sound just like the verse. All right, so boom. Should be good.
I know say this thing fit cost me my life. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it off. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar.
Okay, but the vocal, I feel like it's being clouded by something, so let's work on that. It's competing with something, so let's fix that.
Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Reverb and everything is good.
You understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I can. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar in Farella. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She look. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar in Farella. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar in Farella. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man. Kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar in Farella. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jar in Farella. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause there's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause there's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Something with it. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
All right. Let's move on. Make it inactive. Let's hide this. Let's move on. Let's move on. Start processing these background vocals.
It cost me my life.
I'm bringing this to this background bus.
I know say this thing it cost me my life. But I just
What we're gonna do is we're gonna process this background vocals literally the same as we're gonna start off by processing this background vocals literally the same as the main vocal, but we're gonna make a couple changes to make it fit as background vocals. So let's just copy everything over quick fast. Boom. 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 C6.
yeah. And even though I know better, that yeah. And even though I know better, that the
All right, bet. So let me put this to background bus. And what we're gonna do is the first thing that we're gonna change is, let's see. Let me move this up so we don't get confused. Put this right here.
yeah. And even though I know better, that yeah. And even though I know better, that the yeah. And even though I know better, that yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. I know say this thing cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Yeah. I know say this thing cost me my life.
All right, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna take this C6 off and we're just gonna add a doubler because I want all these backgrounds to be wider.
I know say this thing cost me my life. I know say this thing cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. I know say
So let's listen to it.
fool, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. I bet I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better,
Ooh, let me drop the beat right there. My bad, yeah, I just caught a vibe.
nostalgic. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind.
Drop that beat right there. That's gonna be tough. Don't worry. This is a long mix, but trust me, the way we're gonna make it sound at the end is gonna be amazing. You feel me?
Nostalgic. of a kind is taboo. She make me enough it refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that she make me enough kind is taboo.
Move this to the hook bus.
She make me enough it refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind is taboo. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating too.
All right. What I want to do right now is these strings that just came in the beginning, we are going to have them move around. You feel me? Because I think it's going to give a little bit more spice to the record.
And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
Okay, let's get to the boom.
And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better. Girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better.
Let me turn this down.
Girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better. Dating too.
All right. What I do want for this is you want I definitely want like you should do send this to a half delay for the doubles. We're gonna process it a little bit different. Right now I'm gonna mix everything in, but I just want to get the sounds that I'm going for.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is duplicate this because I don't want it for every single word. And we're gonna bring this right here. You feel me? And let's see. So instead of having it for
and even though I know better, dating two of a kind is
just for better.
And even though I know better, dating two of a
and we're gonna change this 1/2 to 1/4. Yeah, that's fine.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is tab.
Turn this down.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I know fear refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that
Okay, and we're gonna do that for the entire song. We're just gonna choose certain parts that we wanted to delay.
yeah. And even though I know better.
So for better, for sure. Boom.
I know better, that the two of a kind is taboo. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something, yeah. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind.
Better.
And even though I know better, that the two. Have I got my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
Ooh, we about to turn this up.
And baby girl, I could taste it. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them
Actually, we want this right here. Gonna move this to delays.
And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
I just want to taste it. I don't want everything else. Boom.
Girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better.
Better again.
No, I know better. Dating two of a kind is taboo.
Let me see.
And even though I know better. Dating two of a.
Let me see if I mute that too.
And even though I know better. Dating two of a kind is taboo.
Fire, fire, fire.
Aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better. Dating two of a kind is taboo. She make me on the very few.
Okay, bet. I feel like the hook comes in a little bit different, so we have to keep the things that we changed. We have to keep the same. F6, we kept the same. I think I changed the compression. Let's see. Well, the compression is the same. I did change something because why does it sound different? C6, CLA vocals, F6, the de-esser is the same.
Aura you got is nostalgic. Kind is taboo.
Okay, the volume.
She make me on the very fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even
Okay, bet. So these delays that were part of the hook,
though I know better. That dating two of a kind better.
let's tweak this.
Though I know better. That dating two of a kind. And even though I know better. That dating two of a. And even though I know better. That dating two of a kind is not. And even though I know.
Gotta EQ this delay so it doesn't compete.
And even though I know better. That dating two of a. And even though I know better. That dating two of a. Fool, yeah. And even though I know better. That dating two. Fool. No, I know better. That dating two of a. No, I know better. That dating two of. No, I know better. That dating two of a kind is. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made enough for I know very few.
Actually, so that this doesn't go into that reverb, I'm gonna send this to back bus 2. Don't get confused, y'all, by my non-organization. Let's move all of this down. Boom, to right here, right? So it's gonna make sense. This is going to back bus 1. This is going to back bus 2, which we have right here. And both of these are supposed to be going to all back bus. You feel me? Let's make this active. Let's bring this right here so it doesn't go into the reverb.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a.
Let me turn this down to the same volume, 15.6.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. Yeah.
And actually, we have to process this the same way because it's a little different.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
It's compression here.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a.
Turn this up.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is top. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, that's fine. So let's get this here.
Run with it, taboo. She made enough for I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I bet I do my back, but no. Oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my.
All right, so now we're gonna gain stage and make sure that we're getting enough volume. Right now we're mixing kind of low, which I don't usually do, but I didn't realize. So we're gonna gain stage and make sure that we're getting enough volume, and then we're gonna start rebalancing and just taking a little bit of the mud out of the record. All right, so let's get into it. Let's go to this all drums bus. We're gonna start off with a trim plugin, and we're just gonna get this to like negative. Let's get this around -6.
It cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet to live forever.
All right, that's good. And we're gonna copy this trim plugin to the all instruments bus and the all vocals bus.
And even though I know
we should be getting good volume at this point.
And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. These things cost me my life.
All right, so now let's adjust the compression that we have, the glue compression that we have on the overall track.
And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know say these things cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, 'cause I'm not yet.
All right, bet. So now we're good in terms of volume. It's a decent way of gain staging right now. We could have did it before we got into this plugins, but it's good. The trim plugins give us enough volume. So we're good with that. What I do want to do now is I feel like the mix, we could clean up a little bit at the mid range. It's a little bit muddy, so we're gonna start doing that.
Like a girl I used to know.
Get that out of there. We're gonna mid-side EQ this synth bass, because I feel like on the sides, because it's a wide bass, the sides is getting a little bit too muddy, and that's something that we don't need. So we're gonna mid-side EQ this. Let's get this out of here. Just do a shelf. right, that's good so far. Let's bring this piano back in. Some mid-range frequencies that I don't like about this, so let me get rid of that. All right, bet. So now we could bring this vocal back in.
Careful, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. These things it cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
All right, bet.
But I just cannot put away my pride.
Gonna turn down this high end slightly on this vocal right here. This boost.
But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it.
Yeah, I do feel like this synth bass maybe could be less wide. So we could either try compressing it a little bit more. I don't want to lose the life. Just so it could just move in a little bit more. Or we can use S1 Imager maybe to just make it a little bit more mono. So let's try that. Let's try, do I have a CLA? Let's try a CLA 2A on it first.
Like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause there's other girl I give my heart to. She looks just like you should get.
I don't like how this sounds. It just becomes too muffled. So let's see what an S1 Imager would do.
Like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause there's other girl I give my heart.
I like this. So we'll keep the S1 Imager on there. And now those little tweaks that we did now just made the vocals stand out a little bit more. The vocals a little bit more clear now. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and start processing this hook vocal and start processing the background vocals as well. You feel me? So let's see. We got a vocal right here. Let's just make sure the lead vocal sounds good throughout, from the beginning throughout.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu.
Okay, I want those reverbs to be very prominent once he stops saying his word. Like every line, I want it to be very prominent, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this all effects bus. We're gonna add this Abbey Road vinyl, just this more warmth. It's basically more warmth, but with the drive pushed up a little bit more. You feel me? So we're gonna add that in, and that should warm up the effects and make it stand out a little bit more. You know what I mean?
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu.
See, the reverb now is sticking out way more. You can hear the reverb way more now. So like after he finishes his line, you hear the reverb last more. We could do more things to make it last too. We could add more reverb and maybe a little bit more saturation, just so the reverb will stick there. So we'll do that later. But I like where it's at right now.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, so let me add these first backgrounds back in, and then we're gonna start cleaning up the delays and everything.
All you got is nostalgic, yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. And even though I know, and even though I know better, and even though I know better.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna use C4 just to squash these background vocals a little bit. Let me do it on the all backgrounds bus. C4, and what we're gonna do is tame these backgrounds real quick. Just to basically multi-band compress everything 1K and down.
And even though I know better.
Okay, bet. So let's add the main vocal back in.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is.
Alright.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer, I know fear refuse. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of.
And we could even get more of that low end out of there for this vocal. Let's take this out because we don't want this high end for the background vocals.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating. Yeah. And even though I know better, yeah. And even though I know better, yeah. And even though I know better.
It's background vocal, so we don't need all of this low end in there.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating.
Put that on this track and make it the same amount, 17.1.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind.
All right, so let me adjust that delay just to make it a little bit more clear.
And even though I know better, dating two of a. And even though I know better, dating two of a. And even though I know better, dating two of a.
All right, and we're gonna add some saturation to this delay decapitator because I want those delays to last, especially for this part. So let's add some decapitator, and let's also add a little more feedback.
And even though I know better, dating two of a.
We probably could just add some saturation here, actually. Let's see where it's at right now, 9.8.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is stop. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is. And even though I know better, dating. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is stop.
Okay, I want this delay to last a little bit longer. So what we're gonna do is we'll add some compressions to it. CLA 2A should be fine. I like to, as you can tell, I like CLA 2A a lot.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is stop. And even though I know better, dating two of a. And even though I know better, dating two of a. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is. And even though I know better, dating two of a. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind.
Turn this down.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
Turn this down a little more.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is.
And let's add some reverb to this.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind.
A little more.
Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. Yeah. And even though I of a kind is taboo. She made enough for enough to refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that didn't too.
I'm gonna mute this better, the second one, because we don't need it for this half.
Feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that didn't too of a kind is taboo. Feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that didn't too of a kind is.
I want these backgrounds to stand out a little bit more, so we're going to use some parallel compression that we have set up. It's basically just an NLS bus and an SSL comp, so we're going to push that vocal up. Compress this more. Put a trim plug in here just so it can hit this SSL comp a little bit harder. Now it's low. Perfect. And we can turn this down.
Something must kill a man. Honestly, this thing fi cost me my life. Honestly, this thing fi cost me my life.
We can make these backgrounds a little wider too. They're not wide enough. I think it's probably compressing a little bit too much.
Honestly, this thing fi cost me my life. Honestly, this thing fi cost. Say this thing fi cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
Okay, bet. So like this little pre-hook part, we're gonna put that on its own track.
A copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it.
So I want delays on this part, so we're gonna send this to lead bus 2. Right? For lead bus 2, just gonna actually let me delete this. We're gonna duplicate this, so we got the same processing, right? And for lead, we're gonna turn this into lead bus 2. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna send this to another delay bus. We'll call this, let me see, 1/16 delay. Yeah, I'll leave it as this. I'll just change the time. Obviously not using 1/16.
Move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation?
Alright, let's EQ this.
Move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause it's other girl like I gave my heart. She looks just like you. She's like
it. Turn the feedback down.
Move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I can
add this telephone effect to it. Telephone effect.
Move your body like a girl I used to know before. before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl, what's your?
We're gonna add this to some reverb.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl.
Great delay. What I do want to do is add some brow motion just to give it some movement. Let's see what this sounds like.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you should.
I probably don't want it as this wide, so let's see. Can we make it less wide? Yep.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart.
Okay, I like that. Let's add some lo-fi just to back it off the vocal, the main vocal.
You move your body like a girl I used to know.
Come on, Pro Tools, don't crash on me. Let me save this.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you should.
I might take the brow motion off just because it's too much movement.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore.
It's the wrong thing. Keep the long reverb here. What I want to actually turn down is the delay being sent to this. So let's
move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar the second I ignore me. Trust me, salute the jarring for all. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you should take it all and did a run with it. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar.
actually, and it doesn't have to be every single word actually. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose some that it delays to. So let's see.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before.
So we're gonna get the ending words.
You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not.
So let's go.
Body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similar. It was a copy paste. It was a copy paste. I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for them. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Ignore, babe. Trust me, salute. Ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for them. Trust me, salute the jarring for them. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. Track star. Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you should take it all and did it like you should take it all and did a run with it. She looks just like you should take it all and did a run with it.
All right, but now we can turn the delay down.
No,
but that's fine.
I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for them. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like
In my heart, I need that part too.
funny cause it's other girl like in my heart too. She looks.
All right, now maybe I could do the brow motion because it's not as many words.
I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities married the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you should. I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity the second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just.
Nah, the brow motion is creating too much movement. We don't want that.
I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity.
And let's add this same CLA 2A that we added so it could be more consistent.
I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe.
Let's add that feedback a little longer.
I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's not. All the similarity second I'd ignore. Like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause this other girl I get. Like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarity second I'd ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it.
Okay, so for that part,
and did a run. It looks just like you, she took it all and did. It looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it.
we're gonna mute the delays for that part.
And did a run.
I just want everything to drop when that happens. So boom, let's mute that. Mute. No, mute. Okay, let's just go to mute.
She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. I know feed fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind is. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind. No, I know better, that the two of a kind is that good. I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like
I think the background is getting a little lost.
I feel like this is a do-over. Feel like this is a do-over. Think your head you gave me deja vu. Feel like it is a do-over. Think your head to give me deja vu. Feel like it is a do-over. Think your head to give me deja vu. Feel like it is a do-over. Think your head to give me deja vu.
Okay, yeah, I know why. So we don't use this for the background. We're gonna use control ad-lib vocals.
Feel like it is a do-over. Think your head to. Feel like it is a do-over. Think your head to give me deja vu.
This should be much better.
I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head to give me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before.
Much better. Like I always say, I flip my compressors. When it comes to my main compressor, if it's fast, slow, it's gonna switch. For background, it's gonna be slow, fast. So that made it stick out more.
I think your head to give me deja vu. I feel like I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head to give me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. kindest.
All right, so I'll take better off of this part. I just want better when the beat drops.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kindest.
Okay, perfect. That sounds good. This is luscious. This feels luscious. This feels big. This feels good.
Kindest taboo. She make me enough refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kindest taboo.
All right, bet. So we have this ambiance track.
Smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu.
Okay, so bet. So that we have to process it its own way. So let's send this ambient track 1 to ad-lib bus. Let's see, ambient track to ad-lib bus.
Smell that perfume.
We're gonna turn this all the way down.
Smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. Smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. Perfume. It's giving deja vu. Perfume. Perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it.
Okay, so we're gonna use the same processing as the main vocal, or matter of fact, as the backgrounds. The one thing we will change, matter of fact, we're gonna keep this like this. We're gonna keep this like this. The one thing we're gonna change is this R compression right here. No, we're gonna leave that. Actually, that's good.
Perfume. It's giving deja vu.
And what I want to do is I want to EQ this to give like a little bit of a telephone effect kinda, and then we're gonna drown this in reverb.
Perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgia. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. It's giving deja vu.
Because it's a harmony ambient type of sound, we can squash this. It don't really need to be too transient.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgia. Yeah.
Actually gonna add a synth amp to this.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
I'm gonna turn this auto tune up because I want this to feel like a sound. I don't want any notes to really be off key too much.
Them lips. Them hips. That aura you got is nostalgia.
Let's drown this in reverb.
Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgia. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made enough for I know fear refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgia.
I'm gonna turn this down and keep it the same level as these other notes because this just seems a little high. Let's turn this down. down.
Been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got it.
Let's roll off a lot of the top end because we don't need that. We need this to duck off in the back. So we're gonna roll off a lot of that top end.
Been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. Been here before. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, it's giving deja.
Let me actually add the reverb on here. We'll use Valhalla, and I need a big reverb.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know.
We get the right time. 60,000 divided by 95, 631. So we could use a big one. Pause. We could use a big reverb.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind, it's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is
Add some brow motion to it to give it some movement so it can feel like it's rotating throughout the entire song.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though
No, I don't like that.
it's giving deja vu. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know say these things fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Okay, some of this is low.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja.
Okay, because it's more vocal samples in the beat for this part, we don't need to turn this up too much. Let's just listen to the rest.
Something must kill a man coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star, that's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like pissed on perfume. It's giving deja vu. Perfume, perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something I know say this thing fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little not put up I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
That might be dope. Let's see.
Body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you. She took it all and did a run with it. Body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, it's a little jarring for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart. She took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels.
So let me play this again.
She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to automate some of these sounds, because throughout the whole song, some of these ambient vocals are gonna have to be higher. Like right now where there's no music, I could turn that up, but like when the vocals are being played, I don't need it to be that high. So I'm gonna automate that at the ending. But right now I like what a level it is for some of them, so we're gonna leave that and we're gonna start bringing in these other ad-libs. So we have these ad-lib tracks. We're just gonna have this go to ad-lib bus 2 to make that active. Boom, we're gonna send all these to ad-lib bus 2. And we're gonna move this down here too. Boom, ad-lib bus 2. Hope you're not getting confused at what's going on. Actually, let's do this better. I'm gonna turn these. Ooh. We're gonna turn these up real quick. See what they're doing. So ad-lib 1. Okay, so this is basically the same thing. No, not really. Yeah, it is the same thing. It just has extra notes. Okay, so these are all the ad-libs put together into one track. So I don't think we need this because I think I have a lower vocal. Yep, I have a lower ambiance. So okay, we don't need this. Let me just make sure. We're gonna make this inactive for now. But lower backs, right? We're gonna process this the same exact way. Boom, because this is just the same ambient vocals, but I guess lower notes. So we'll process it the same way, but we'll have this go to ad-lib bus 2. Ad-lib bus 2, we'll process it the same way. Get this out of here. And let's listen to this. So let's turn this down to the same level. 25. I'm gonna leave that on the right side and I'll leave this on the left side. Let's see how they sound.
And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind is taboo. I know see these things it cost me my life. Kind is taboo. She made enough for I know fear refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind is taboo. I know say these things it cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. Jordan forever. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna verify this whole part. Boom. Verify, slow down. Yeah.
And did a run with it. Taboo. Took it all and did a.
Hold on. everything besides from the synth because the synth is already doing some type of like effect. So let's do that again. Verify. Always do my verifies twice.
Run with it, taboo. Run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuel.
I might have to do it for this too, because it's the only thing playing.
Run with it, taboo.
Let's see how that's
like she took it all and did a run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels.
Okay. Let's add a delay to this hook. What do we have open for this? 132. We have that open. I don't think that's used. I'm gonna use H delay for this because this delay I don't think I want wide. I'm gonna have it going straight down the middle. It's gonna be a 1/4 delay. Lo-fi.
Like she took it all and did a run with it, taboo.
I just wanted to repeat the words.
Like
basically.
she took it all and did a run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. Run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu.
Now the sides is already too busy. You're gonna let this take space in the middle.
Run with it, taboo.
What we're gonna do is this PSA that I use for this ambient vocal, we're gonna add this to this delay.
Run with it, taboo.
More feedback.
Run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu.
I'm gonna add more reverb to this so it can push this delay all the way back.
Run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo. Run with it, taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels.
I don't want it to. Oh no, that's fine.
Taboo. She made an.
Okay, this I want to stay in the middle, so I'm just gonna use the SSL comp. Press it so it could just stay in the middle.
Taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
Move this up. Move this up. We're gonna EQ a little bit because I feel like there's some frequencies that need to get up out of here. That's competing with the main vocal. I don't want the delay to compete with the main vocal at all.
Taboo.
Right here.
She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually EQ that just the same way, but I'm gonna add a mid-side EQ for that same part, just so the middle could definitely get all the way rid of that frequency. You feel me?
Taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
All right, let's get a little bit more of that mud out so it doesn't compete with the vocal.
Taboo.
Right here.
Taboo. She made enough, I know feeding fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Okay, the feedback is a little long. I'm just gonna turn this down.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit it.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I got my back on now. Run with it. Taboo.
Okay, I'm not hearing it straight down the middle. So what I can do is I want to make it wider, but not too wide to where it competes with the things that are already going on at the side. So I'm going to add a flanger just to the delay.
Run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that taboo. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit.
Okay, I could barely hear this. So you know what? We're going to add a trim plugin for this too. Oh, you know what? We'll just turn this up.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is.
Okay, I like that. Turn this trim up, but we don't want this feedback to be, that's actually a great delay, but we don't want this feedback to be that long. Let me save this. We don't want this feedback on the delay to be that long.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Take this reverb out too much.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. Taboo. She made an offer I no taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse.
I have to fit this here somehow.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Right, let me make this little not as wide.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse.
I don't want it to compete with the main vocal at all.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
What I can do is sidechain the vocal to this delay. So when you're hearing the vocal, you're not hearing the delay as much. When the vocal is done, you hear the delay more. I do this from time to time. So let's actually do that. How I'm gonna set this up. All right, we're getting this delay sent. So we're gonna do buzz. Just gonna use bus 90. I like using bus 90. Didn't use it in my other videos. We're gonna use it again. Bus 90, and then bus 90 here too as well. Bus 90, bus 90, bus 90. I don't got time. Let me type this in. Bus 90, and then boom. Set it up to where when the delay is coming in while the vocal is here, you don't hear it as much, but when it's done, you'll hear the vocal way more.
Taboo.
Yep, perfect.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Get a quick release.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse.
Okay, that's better.
And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah.
So while it's rap, while you're hearing his main vocal, you don't hear the delay as much, but when it's done, you hear the delay way more. I like that.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse.
Now I could probably turn this delay up in general.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Or maybe I just shouldn't do it for every single word. It's starting to take too much CPU power. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna automate. Honestly, it'll just take longer, but it'll work the same way.
Run with it, taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse.
Yeah, we're just gonna automate the mute button for this 132 mute. So we're gonna do this.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu.
Delete this. We don't need this duplicate.
And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, and this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Turn this trim up more.
And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, she made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. got my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah.
I'm gonna copy this reverb, just put it here so it can move around.
Oh no. This place, it feels like I've been
I actually want to turn this saxophone up.
oh no.
Ooh, not to be automated.
Oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is it. Oh no. I bet I do my back, but no. Oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips.
All right, let's keep the delays going for this part.
And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips. Lips. Girl, I could taste it. Them lips. Them hips. Girl, I could taste it. Them lips. Them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
Take this better out.
Though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She make me undefeated fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. Taboo. She make me undefeated fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, we're getting close to like the ending. We're really like almost at the end. So I'm gonna play it from the top. We're gonna make sure things ain't competing, and then we'll probably get to like some mix bus processing, and we should be done with this. So let's get it.
I
Gotta turn those down. I never touched that. Where are those? Boom, right here.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made enough for undefeated fuse.
Okay, so for these, the low backgrounds, I don't want to be drowned in reverb. Let's see how it sounds without.
She made enough.
Yeah, I think it adds too much to the record for it to be that gone.
She made enough for undefeated fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu.
Ad-lib bus 2, right? It's going to ad-lib bus 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this C6 off. We're going to add this doubler right here. Make this inactive, and we're going to turn this up.
She made enough for undefeated fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know cities.
I bet. I like that.
She made enough for enough fairy fuels.
Add this back in here. This parallel compression that we have.
She made enough for enough fairy fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that they ain't too. Yeah. And even though I know better,
This doesn't.
yeah. And even though I know better,
This is too much. We could just cut that off.
and even though I know better, that they ain't two of a kind, it's taboo. I know see these things fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate, the fire I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause it's other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
We're gonna turn this up.
And did a run with it. Taboo.
We're gonna actually yeah, we're gonna automate this. I want this to get louder over time. So boom, boom. Just turn this up.
And did a run with it. Taboo. And did a
We're gonna do a lot of automation to this too to take this record to the next level. There's so much that we could do to bring this to life, but right now we're just making sure that everything sounds good. Then we're gonna get into the creative part of adding all the elements, adding all the delays, and making everything come to life.
give my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
Okay, you don't have to go for that long.
Took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
Alright, I can start fading out right here.
Took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made enough for enough fairy fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that they ain't two of a kind, it's taboo. I bet I got my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think you're here to I feel like this is a do I feel like this is a do-over. I think you're I feel like this is a do-over. I think you're here.
Let me drop the drums right there.
I feel like this is a do. I feel like this is a do-over. I think like this is a do-over. I think you're right. Like this is a do-over. I feel like this is a do-over. I think you're right. You gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. Feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja.
I want to turn this part up.
Feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it.
I actually just like how it sounds, so we're just gonna automate this up.
Before I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl,
We're gonna add some reverb. For this part, we're gonna have to do a lot of automation for this because I don't want every part sounding the same. So I'm gonna leave this actually on mute, and this part we're gonna turn the reverb.
before I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them before.
Alright, let's fix this part.
And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
Alright, bet. I don't want this to cut off like how it is right now.
Them lips. them hips, them. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
Here we got another ambient sound that we could use as a swell.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. Two of a kind is taboo. Two of a kind is taboo.
Turn the volume up on this.
Two of a, no I know better. Dating two of a kind is taboo.
Not there. You actually gotta do it on the ad-libus. No. Let's see.
And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She make me on a fat and a fairy fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
All right, I like how that sound. I like how everything, we are like 85, 90% done. What we're really gonna have to do now is just get some mix bus processing to get everything to, like, you know, mesh together, glue together and sound right. But for the most part, that sounds good. All right, so now we're gonna just make final tweaks to it. I like where the song is at right now. I feel like we're like 90% done. We're gonna go into the mix bus and start processing things a little bit just to glue the song together. Do a little bit of EQ just to clean up like holes or muddy parts in the song, but sort of like mastering, but not really mastering it. And then what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna make a couple more tweaks to parts I feel like could be better, and we're done with it. So let's get to it. Let's fix this part right here.
Kind is taboo.
I feel like this part comes in too strong, so I'm gonna change it with this.
Two of a kind is taboo.
Relative grid.
Two of a kind is taboo.
Okay, the timing is a little different.
Taboo. Kind is taboo. Kind is taboo. Kind is taboo. She make me on a fat and a fairy fuse. And this fit.
Turn this refuse down. I feel like this refuse is too loud.
Fat and a fairy fuse.
This is the mute. Go to the level.
Fat and a fairy fuse.
We're gonna turn that down. It's too loud.
Me and a fat and a fairy fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating too, yeah. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating.
Some of these are competing.
And even though I know better, and even though I know better, and even though I know better, that dating two of, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo, yeah. And even though, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two,
Make this part go up a little bit.
yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two
Alright, so that's good. We'll turn up this automation.
And even though I know better, that the into of a
Not too loud.
And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
I might want to turn this overall double up.
She make me on the very fuse. And this feels.
Yeah, I might want to turn this whole thing up. Let's see. Let's get this here. 10.0. And then we could just turn this whole thing up.
She make me.
What level is this? 10.5. Just leave this at 10.5.
Lips, kind is taboo. She make me on the very fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that the into of.
Yeah, I don't want it that loud.
She make me on the very fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
Now we just go through everything like we usually do and just make sure nothing is competing with each other, nothing is fighting. So far, I think everything is good. Nothing is really competing. We did a great job EQing everything, but let's just go through it one more time. All right, bet. So bass. Kick. Bass and kick is very tight and intact, valid.
It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips.
See if I can raise the vocal a little bit.
Before I smell that perfume, it's giving deja vu.
Maybe let's go to this all leads and let's add a decapitator to it just to bring the vocal up a little bit.
Before I smell that perfume, it's giving deja vu.
Perfect. And it gives that saturation that the bass is
girl,
playing.
I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is before.
Perfect. All right, nothing's competing there. Sounds amazing. Let me add this flute back in.
Before I smell that perfume, it's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is before. I smell that perfume, it's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips, that aura you got is nostalgic. Yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is before.
Okay, back.
Taboo. She made a no.
Over here, we're gonna have to do some automation just so these reverbs don't fight with the main vocal a little bit. So let's see. Bring this piano in.
Taboo. She made an offer I know fairy fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. Taboo.
Bring the synth bass in.
Taboo. She made an offer I know fairy fuse.
I think this is good. Might could bring this up slightly.
Taboo. She made an offer I know fairy fuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
think that what this needs is some reverb, honestly.
Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know taboo, she made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though taboo, she made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu.
Bring these vocals in as well. Make sure nothing, so far nothing is competing. Everything sounds good.
Kind is taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know say these things fit cost me my life.
Let's add a delay to this. My life, my life, my life.
I know say these things fit cost me my life.
Let's see. I might have some good delay effects. Let's see what we have here.
I know say these things fit cost me my.
Can't make this file stereo. Yes, I can. Wow. Pro Tools, you're amazing.
I know say this thing fit cost me my life. I know say this thing fit cost me my life. I know say this thing fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something fit cost me my life. Fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Cannot put me my life.
EQ a little bit.
But I just cannot put away my pride. Something me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must not put away my pride. Something must not put away my pride. Some not put away my pride. Something not put away my pride. Something must not put away my pride. Some not put away my pride. Something must kill a man, not put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause not put away. Team fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill. I know say this team fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill him. I know say this team fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you. I know say this thing fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must. I know say this thing fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. I know say this thing fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever.
Let's listen to that one more time.
I know say this thing fit cost me my life. But I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny, cause there's other girl like in my heart too. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it.
I got too lost in the song that I forgot to unmute stuff. All right, we're good.
Run with it. Run with it. Taboo. She made an offer, I know fit refuse.
Let me actually turn this delay down. Where is it?
And did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer, I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu.
Turn this
And did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer, I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that they into.
I'm gonna take that deja vu.
Yeah. And even though I know better.
No matter of fact, I'm gonna use the same.
Yeah. And even though I know. Yeah. And even like it's deja vu.
Copy.
Deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know.
Yeah.
Feels like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is.
It's too much going on. I actually just want to take this out, even though artists might like this, but I'm just gonna take this out because I can make it sound
Feels
better.
like it's deja vu. Yeah. And even though I know better, that the into of a kind is taboo.
All right, everything sounds amazing. We're going into mix bus compression now. Mix bus processing, and we're gonna be done with this record. Let's go to the busiest part of the song. Let's go to the hook, and we'll start processing some things.
Taboo. She made an offer, I know fit refuse.
And what we're gonna do is let's do some mid-side EQ for this drum bus and mix bus real quick. We're not mastering, but we're just clearing up some more space. Equalizer. All right, so let's get some mud out the middle. We're gonna do all drum and bass. We're gonna do mid-side. All right, bet. So for the mids, let's get rid of a little bit of some mud. What we're looking for is mud in this area. We're looking for muddy parts in the middle so we could take on out, clear up space. It will clear up space in the mids, and it will also give separation between the kick, the bass, and like the lower part of the vocal. Feel me?
Taboo. She made an offer, I know fit refuse.
Let's get rid of it. Let's go to this part actually. A lot of things be fixed in the mix, so small amount over here at 273. Let's see if we could clear up a little bit of the mids in the high end so that I could give more separation between the hi-hats, the shakers, and everything in the vocal. Yeah, right here, I don't want all of this in the mid. But I don't want it to get dull, so it's good. We'll leave it. get to the vocal. Let's do some mid-side EQ of the vocal. I don't want to keep this. Boom.
Pretty girl, what's your...
If I do it on the all vocals, it's definitely going to it's definitely gonna include the reverb. So let's go to this all leads part, and actually we'll just use the F6.
She looks just like you. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all. Pretty girl, what's your occupation?
These S's gotta be
pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my... Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with... Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I no fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. Feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. Yeah, but I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me no feet. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better,
you could clear up the backgrounds a little bit. Let's go to a F6. All the backgrounds. We'll take a little bit of the mids off the background, but let's listen to it first.
No feet refuse.
Let's go to some of where the backgrounds are.
I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before, yeah. I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before.
And we're gonna take some mid out of this area just to separate it from the mid vocal and just leave it on the sides, but that's just a little bit more of the bottom end.
I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I know say these things fit cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo.
All right, that sounds fine. Let's turn the hook part up because I want the hook to get bigger whenever the hook comes up. I'm actually gonna do this on the, gonna turn all of these up just so the hook feels bigger when the hook comes in slightly.
Taboo. She made enough for I know feed fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
It's really about 0.5. So it feels like the hook gets bigger.
Took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made enough for I know feed fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that.
And we could try bringing this Abbey Road vinyl in to make the overall sound warmer. If it gets a little too muddy, I'll take it off. I just want to see how it sounds.
Took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made enough for I know feed fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo. I bet I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your head you gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo.
Turn the hook up one more time for this part. I do want to change. I'm gonna change that.
Taboo.
I just feel like that hook doesn't come in the same.
Taboo. She make me enough feed fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Turning by 0.5, and we're gonna turn those doubles back down too. You're gonna turn it down. It's just too loud for that section.
Kind is taboo. It fuels your deja vu.
Oh yeah, I took that off. Did we turn the volume down? Yes, let's take it down. Leave it where it was originally.
She make me enough feed fuels. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that dating two of a kind is taboo.
Alright, I like how that sounds. For the most part, we're good. We'll always come back to it with new, fresh ears. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna listen to it one more time with ozone on, obviously. Because I always like to listen to it with the master, just like a template of the master, just to see how it's gonna sound if it was gonna be mastered, and that's gonna show me the things that are wrong with it, the things that are good with it. So we're just gonna use this bass heavy preset, you feel me, and then we're just gonna listen to it from top to bottom. And I think for the most part, this is a record, you feel me. So let's listen to it and let's see.
I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic, yeah. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She made enough for I know feed fuels. cost me my life, but I just cannot put away my pride. Something must kill a man, cause I'm not here to live forever. And girl, I hope you understand the climate of where I'm coming from. You move your body like a girl I used to know before. I don't know if it was a copy paste or not. All the similarities I cannot ignore, babe. Trust me, salute the Jordan for real. Pretty girl, what's your occupation? Track star. That's funny cause this other girl I gave my heart to. She looks just like you, she took it all and did a run with it. Taboo. She made an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah. And even though I know better, that the two of a kind is taboo. I bet I do my back, but no, oh no. This place, it feels like I've been here before. Yeah, before I last girl, she took my heart away. I feel like this is a do-over. I think your hairdo gave me deja vu. I feel like I've been here before. I smell that perfume. It's giving deja vu. And baby girl, I could taste it. Them lips, them hips. That aura you got is nostalgic. And even though I know better, dating two of a kind is taboo. She make me an offer I know fit refuse. And this feels like it's deja vu, yeah.